Lord of War. Welcome. We're back. We're back. I had this thought that I was gonna stream yesterday. I don't remember why it didn't work out. I think it was because I was trying to set up my new computer, and there were some parts that I was missing. I was missing some parts. It turns out I needed some kind of different. I have the wrong cables for the monitors, so I need to get the right cables. I need like DVI cables or something like that. I have HDMI, but they don't fit into the graphics card slot. So the new computer has been postponed for the time being. Hello, Chosen One. How you doing? Definitely not French, says I eat dogs. Mmm, delicious. I imagine that is very tasty. That is definitely not a French thing, though. Definitely not a thing that the French do. French, they eat like baguettes and cheese and stuff. So we're doing a little bit of sentence mixing here.
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble task?
My name is Yoy Padawan of the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa.
Melon Playground guy says, bro made a premiere at the same time you weren't live? What? I don't think so. I think that's just what it does. That's what YouTube does when you go live, and like it starts out as a premiere and then it goes live. I still don't know like exactly how like all the YouTube live stream. I don't know all the little details yet. Steven Yarnell, how you doing? ARC Trooper 5s and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Excellent. Everything is going as planned.
Former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a... We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha.
Devbroska says, why everybody hate the Acolyte? I don't know. Do you like the Acolyte? What are your reasons for liking it? B2 Battle Droid says, I'm back. Welcome back, B2 Battle Droid. How are you?
By the name of Osha and Asaya. Siloa. We are looking for a former Jedi.
Whoa, I got a fan from Japan. I can't read those characters though. But How do you say? I was thinking about it. How do you say hello in Japanese? Konnichiwa. 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 Ohayo gozaimasu. Ohayo. Something like that. Tanner Plumber says, do you think the Acolyte is too woke? I mean, I suppose some people are getting tired of the term woke, the term itself. Look, it's become you know, anything that becomes mainstream becomes kind of cringe. So, I guess the technical, according to the technical definition of wokeness, yeah, it's probably too woke. But I mean, there's also there's plenty of things in it that, you know, could work. Like a lot of these shows, there's plenty of things that could work if, like, some of the actors, they got decent actors. They're not like bad, but the writing, the direction, we need something more substantive when it comes to a story. There's just so many things in this show that is just so dumb. And you're gonna see some of these.
Jedi. For a former Jedi.
It's hard to talk. There's just so many things about this that are messed up. It was kind of like the Kenobi show. Although watching this show, for some reason, I look back on the Kenobi show with, and I feel like there were more redeemable aspects to the Kenobi show, despite all of its failures.
A former Jedi.
Soul, JSMW says Soul was a great character. I mean, I think obviously the actor is a seasoned enough veteran that, like, he can act, and like his character in general is good. It's a decent all-around character. But I mean, everyone in the show does stupid things, regardless of how good they are as a character. They all do stupid things because the person who wrote the show is not very smart, or at least they're not very good at writing. And you know, I'm not an expert, but I mean, you can look at some simple things. It's pretty much been. I mean, it's been expounded by quite a number of other creators. You know, Sheep Talks, Critical Drinker. I mean, I watch all of those like critic channels, and a lot of the points they bring up are perfectly valid. Like when they go to pick up Osha, the former Jedi girl. All these questions arise. Like, number one, how was the shopkeeper able to identify this woman when the show doesn't show you that there was any kind of hologram footage, so it's not like so basically they're just going on the word of a shopkeeper that some black woman with dreads destroyed her shop and killed a Jedi. And it's like, well, out of all the black females with dreads in the entire galaxy, like, which one did it? Well, it was Osha, of course. And it's like, obviously there's a lot more black people with dreads in the galaxy, so how would they be able to narrow it down off of just the description from the shopkeeper? Simply because she used the Force against the Jedi Master? That doesn't work, because we know that there are dark side users that have the capacity to train in the Force. we know that not everybody that uses the Force had Jedi training. So why would they come to the conclusion that Osha was responsible for the murder in the first place? You know? And look, it's fine that they eventually like get to her at some point. Like maybe if there was, let's say there was some time that passed, that would make more sense. Like if there was a title card that said 1 month later, that would make sense. But the reason it doesn't make sense is because this is literally right after the crime happened. There are millions, theoretically, there are millions of black women with dreads in the galaxy. Possibly billions. Okay? We don't know how many people are there in total throughout the entire galaxy. How many of them fit Osha's description? Probably quite a few. And the very first person they show up to is her. So, that's problem number one. Problem number two, they bring the shopkeeper with them. Since when does the shopkeeper have time to fly all the way across the galaxy with these Jedi Knights to go identify a person? Can't he just like describe them, perhaps? Or if he had security cameras, he wouldn't need to show up. He could just give them the hologram footage. But instead they bring the shopkeeper with them. How many, let's say Osha wasn't the one they were looking for. How many other people would they have to go throughout the galaxies pointing to and saying, was that her? Was that her? Was that her? And the shopkeeper's like, no, it wasn't her. It wasn't her. We've been out here for 2 years looking for, the correct black female with dreadlocks and or braids. The correct black female with braids, and we haven't found her. Why did they bring the shopkeeper with them? So that was nonsense. As soon as I saw that in the show, I didn't even have to think about it. Like for an extended period of time, I was like, why the heck is this guy even here? Like, Tanner Plummer says, I think you're looking for reasons not to like the show. No, I don't like to intently think about the shows that I watch to find things that I don't like about it. Those were things that popped into my head when I was watching the show, because those things are stupid. There's no reason why a shopkeeper would travel all the way across the galaxy to identify a single person that destroyed his shop. The amount, like, he would be at work trying to rebuild, his bar. That's what he would be doing. He wouldn't be flying potentially, weeks. How long would it take to travel across the galaxy? Where even is she? We don't know. So they assume it's her. They show up at her place of work. How they found her, we don't know. How do we? And this is another thing. How did they find her? Because according to these Neimoidians here, according to these Neimoidian people, they're keeping it a secret that they have mechanics on these ships. And so if they have mechanics on the ships and they're keeping it a secret, how is it that these Jedi are able to figure out where she is in the galaxy? If she's hopping from ship to ship doing work under the table for the Neimoidian, the Trade Federation, for money under the table, and it's off the books, then they shouldn't be able to look up, oh, she's working at such and such a ship. They wouldn't know. And so did they happen to guess the exact right ship to go to? Or did they travel around the galaxy for weeks on end, going from ship to ship, from Trade Federation ship to Trade Federation ship, with the shopkeeper sitting in the back seat saying, how long is this going to take? It's going to take 3-4 more months before we finally find the correct ship with the trade fed that the trade feds are using for her, which they don't even know that. So there's no way they should have been able to even find her. So It's totally ridiculous. And this kind of stuff it doesn't take a whole lot of critical thought to come up with. So it's and that's just one aspect of it. The second one is the obvious one. When they take her into custody, why don't they just take her on the ship all the way back to Coruscant? Again, like some of the critics have pointed out, it's obviously very stupid to send a Jedi and a Padawan to go and arrest someone who potentially killed a Jedi Master. That is idiocy. You would want to send someone more powerful to track down the person who killed a Jedi Master, wouldn't you? Not a standard Jedi. They send this guy here after Osha, like, oh, it'll be fine. She just killed a Jedi Master, no big deal. He'll be able to deal with her, no problem. Really? And so they send the wrong people to go take her in, but once they do take her in, they put her on a separate ship, a prison ship, instead of just taking her in their ship all the way straight to Coruscant. And then once the ship, and then once they do the jailbreak at the ship, and they expel their pods, the Jedi are able to find the people that were in the escape pods. They didn't go to the planet to find her. Instead, they brought all the people from the escape pods all the way back to Coruscant, and then they asked those people where she was, and they told her that she went down with the ship, and then they went all the way back to the planet to go find her, in hopes that they would find her alive. And she survived somehow. I guess they could bother to in universe choose to explain that there's rigorous safety standards on prison ships. So if you get into a crash on a planet, then it should be fine. Steven Yarnell says, I think the reason the shopkeeper went through all the trouble was for marketing reasons. Am I right, Leslie Heather? That I accept that as an in-canon explanation. Leslie Headland, the voice of the Force, spoke to the Jedi and said, bring the shopkeeper with you, because we want to sell this alien as merchandise in real life. And they said, yes, alright. So, all these little things add up to, this is a dumbass show, and it was written by someone who didn't bother to edit any of her work. She just wrote it she sat down, wrote a first draft, and said, let's go with it. It's trash. It's garbage. And you don't have to look. If it was the kind of show that I had to look for things to hate about it, then I would like the show. I don't have to look. Just watching the show, you're sitting there like, okay, that's stupid. Why are they doing that? I went into this show having zero expectations. I don't even have Disney Plus. I will not pay Disney to watch their new shows because their new shows are garbage. I watched it on another website for free, and I was disappointed. I wasted my time. How can you Disney should be paying me to watch the show. That is how bad it is. They should pay me to watch the show. I shouldn't have to pay to watch it. I should get reimbursed for my time. It's ridiculous. If Yoda shows up, more people will like it. It would actually give quite a boost to the show, just because if they actually bring like a good voice actor for Yoda, we'll get another rendition of Yoda, basically. You know, we have old trilogy Yoda, we have prequel Yoda. If they even if the whole rest of the show is utter garbage, if they do a good job with just the personality of Yoda, then, you know, we'll have a third version of Yoda. You know, we got Last Jedi Yoda. Yeah, we got old trilogy Yoda, we got Last Jedi Yoda, and we got prequel Yoda. And so now we'll have Acolyte Yoda too. We'll have another Yoda to add to the memes. That would be potentially the only good thing to come out of this show. Jam Monkey Face says, "Hello, Jar Jar. How are you doing today?" Doing fantastic. Doing fantastic. Jisk says, "Anyone else 10 years behind playback on the streams?" Not me. On my end, according to YouTube, on my end it says I have an excellent connection. That's what YouTube says. What, Japanese name. My Japanese fan says, wondering how Disney can worsen Star Wars that bad. That they keep surprising me. There was one thing that they are good at, and that is constantly subverting my expectations. When I run out of expectations to have, they still subvert them. I am astounded. I mean, just wait until they won't be able to afford to spend like over $100 million on a show. Just wait until we get to see what the shows start to look like when they have to do like an 8-episode show on a $20 million budget. I'm excited to see what they're gonna be creating after that. Bullet Grievous says Coleman Trevor should be there because who even cares? Everyone survives it. Coleman Trevor should be there. He would still be alive at the time. I would love to see. Everyone would love to see Coleman Trevor. He can, instead of getting shot by Jango Fett, he can not get shot in this next show. Right Wing Gamer says, "Is it worth my time to watch this show?" No, it's not. When you watch my YouTube poop of it, you'll have seen everything you need to see. That's what I'm working on right now. Everything that you need to see will be seen in my YouTube poop of this show. Tanner Plumber says, "Here's the thing, you can do this exercise of being overly critical with any Star Wars content, including Empire Strikes Back and Andor." Not really. Obviously, you can criticize every aspect of everything, but, you know, there are some things that work, and then there are some things that don't work. It's not about, look, it's not about plot holes, okay? Every single show, movie has plot holes. What makes a good show or movie is that good shows and movies have few plot holes. They don't have a lot of them. This is a show that is riddled with holes in logic, in any kind of common sense. This show does not have it. In any sense of realism, like the scene with the fire in space. The fire blowing in space with the wind in space, okay? Stuff like that, it needs to go away. It needs to stop. You know, Empire Strikes Back, sure, you can come up with criticisms for Empire Strikes Back or A New Hope or any of these older movies, but there's less criticisms. There are less things that are a problem in those shows and movies. And there are more things that work. Like, I can look at something, for example, like a movie like The Dark Knight, where with everyone's favorite Joker, and you can you know, criticize certain things about it, and some of those things are definitely valid criticisms. Like the opening sequence where all the clowns are going to rob the bank, and they're just standing on the street corners in the open with their clown mask, and like nobody cares. Everyone's just moving around. And then at the end of the bank robbery, when Joker drives out of the bank in the school bus, he just falls into a line of other school buses. Now, is that stupid? Yeah, but there's lots of other things in the movie that work very well, which is why people like the movie. And also, I can't think of anything else to say right now. Okay? It's bad. The Acolyte is bad. And nobody should defend it because there's too much bad about it. There are few things to praise. I can't think of good things to praise about this show. What things can I praise? What can I say about this show that's nice? My eyes were blessed to see the new Neimoidians. I was excited. For like 20 seconds. I saw the new Neimoidians and I was like, oh look, hey look, it's Newt Gunray's great-grandfather. It's Newt Gunray's parents or whatever. And then they opened their mouth and they started talking and I was like, but where's the accent? Why don't they sound like any of the other Neimoidians in the other Star Wars movies? I mean, it would be nice. I mean, the one guy had a pretty decent voice. But the female Neimoidian just sounds like a human woman in a suit. And that's it. Like, she doesn't actually sound like she's a... She didn't actually sound like she's a Neimoidian. So, yeah, I was excited, and then I was disappointed. Tanner Plummer says, why are you writing off the Acolyte after 2 episodes? According to your logic, is it possible that more good things than bad may materialize in this show? Well, the problem... Look! When you go to watch a show, when the foundation is trash, the rest of the show is kind of trash. Even if they added lots of really nice things in the rest of the show, I still can't fully enjoy it because the beginning of the show is so ridiculous and stupid. How can I enjoy this show? It's the same way with like Game of Thrones. How many people do you think can fully enjoy the show the way that they were able to before after knowing how the show ends? And so in the same way, you can flip it around and say, we know how this show begins, and it begins in a very stupid way, and so the ending, even if it's really good, is like in some ways kind of poisoned by the beginning. They're said the foundation is not very good. So like The Force Awakens is a good example of a movie that, while it's not good, is good enough that it was able to get fans excited. People were excited for Star Wars after The Force Awakens. And all of that excitement was destroyed with The Last Jedi. While The Force Awakens has lots of flaws, The Last Jedi decided to double down on all the flaws and ruin the only things that were interesting to begin with about The Force Awakens. They were off to an alright start in The Force Awakens. There were, of course, glaring issues, like Rey Palpatine. But, you know, Rey using advanced Force abilities with no training. That's a problem. But that could have been explained in the second installment. In The Last Jedi, you know, if it was named something other than The Last Jedi, and it gave flashbacks to explain that Rey, you know, had memory loss, and she had previously been trained in the Force, and so that's why she's able to use Force abilities. That would work, okay? People would accept that. They may not like it as much, but it would at least be a reasonable explanation for why Rey has the level of power that she does, despite never training. So, like, The Force Awakens is a good example. It started off pretty decent. They did set up some things that were interesting to people. The amount of people, the amount of Snoke theories proves that people were interested in The Force Awakens. And then in The Last Jedi, they just said, no, Snoke is not here anymore. Lord of War says, I've watched Revenge of the Sith about 6 to 8 times and watched A New Hope 5 times. And Tesp 4 times. Tesp? Which one's Tesp? Oh, you mean ESB. The Empire Strikes Back. That's ESB. Why you say it Tesp? Bumblebee says, make me chicken nuggies. I'm sorry, I don't have any of those. Black Yoshi says, we already had the template for The Last Jedi. It was the Sith Lords. Problem is, film is far more delicate medium to try and convey that story's message. The Sith Lords. Is that like a book or a comic? Yeah, The Last Jedi, it is true. The Last Jedi title is stupid because it really doesn't make any sense why they called it The Last Jedi. The Chosen One says, beginning of Andor wasn't garbage, IMO. It was much deeper and more interesting than what came before it. Yeah, I'd say Andor was... What I like about Andor is, in a similar fashion to Rogue One, there's nothing in Andor... Like, they respect the source material. In Rogue One, in Andor, they obviously respect the source material. They don't do anything that's totally egregious, that ruins the Star Wars universe or its existence. They add to the Star Wars universe without detracting from what's already there. As a show, I don't really think Andor is that entertaining. I do actually think it is kind of boring, okay? You can hate on me for that. I know some people are like, Andor is the best thing ever. I did not find it to be all that fun to watch. And I really did not like... I didn't like their female characters in Andor. That's what I'm gonna say. Didn't like the female characters. I did not like Mon Mothma. I didn't like her character. I didn't like the one rebel lady, the Doctor Who character. I mean, that's what she reminded me of the entire time I was watching the show. The only female character I liked in Andor was Cyril's mother, Edna, or Edie Karn. Edie Karn was my favorite, one of my favorite characters in that entire show. I loved her every second that she was on screen, pestering her son and pouring cereal in his bowl and giving him a pinch on the cheek or a slap in the face. That was my favorite character, like my favorite female character. I didn't really like any of the other female characters in Andor, just her. And I liked Cyril's character. Cyril. I'll just call him Cyril because I don't know how to say his name. I liked Cyril's character. I liked him. Or I will say I did kind of like the Empire officer. The lady with the stick up her ass. I did kind of like her, actually. I liked her too. I don't like the thing that they do in all these shows where, like, the woman is the visionary and she can see everything that the stupid men don't, and like nobody else understands that you know, the rebels are causing a problem, except for this woman. This woman, she knows what she's doing, but everyone else is just a dumb idiot, or they're incompetent. I don't like that they do that in all these shows. It's just me noticing a pattern. I don't like that pattern. I'm not a fan of it. I can understand. I'm fine with there being dumb male characters. I'm fine with there being smart female characters, but does it always have to be the same dynamic over and over again? You know, one really smart woman and then a room full of really stupid men. Does it always have to be that way? It doesn't have to be like that, but they do that on purpose. And so it just sticks out like a sore thumb. It'd be one thing if it was like, you know, something that happened every once in a while. The one thing I'll say is that they don't really go too hard into that in Andor, which is something I appreciate. So, Tanner Plummer says, you're getting canceled with that comment? Canceled with what comment? You have to remind me which comment. I just said a lot of things, so.
More Jedi by the name of Osha and Asaya.
To what do...
I feel like some of the new Star Wars movies and TV shows are like Sonic 2006. They have a good idea but fail in presentation miserably. Well, like the main premise of the Acolyte is not a bad idea. Like, it's not a bad idea to have like a murder mystery in Star Wars. I think that'd be interesting. But the way that they do it is awful. Like, there's no in this show. There's no mystery. You already know who the bad guy. Like, if it's a murder mystery, you should set up all the characters first. Set up all the characters, and then slowly ease us into this mystery. And so, you know, the audience has a chance with the clues that you lay for them throughout the show. The audience has a chance to guess at which character is the murderer. That's what a murder mystery is, you know? You don't tell the audience straight up who does the murdering. That's not how a murder mystery is interesting. It doesn't create any tension in a show if you already know who did the murder in the show. So this as a murder mystery, this show is terrible. Like, what they should have done is the Sith man and his acolyte should be part of the Jedi Order. They should be established characters, you know, and they should be doing things. And some things that they would do would be suspicious. Like, the showrunners would lay the clues out for the audience to try and figure out who it was that was committing the murders. And they could have red herrings and distractions where you think, oh, maybe it's this character, but it's not this character, or maybe it's that character and it's not that character. That would make for an interesting and fun show. What they're doing here is not interesting as fun, because from the very beginning of the show, we already know who committed the murder, and we already know, like, the only thing we don't know is who's behind the mask of the Sith dude. Which, it's not going to matter once he does reveal himself, because it's probably going to be a character that we hadn't seen before he takes off the mask, or if we had seen him, we only seen him a few times. You know, rather than a character that we think might be innocent, and then it turns out, you know, it's a twist. Oh, here's the villain. That would be interesting. You know, like if at the end of The Phantom Menace, Jar Jar revealed himself as a Sith Lord. That would be quite the twist. That would be quite the twist. Or if at the end of Attack of the Clones, Jar Jar revealed himself as a Sith Lord. That would be quite the twist, because we've seen this character for a while, and we're more invested in the character, and we're going to be surprised. We're going to be surprised that the character did something that we didn't expect him to do, because so far it hasn't not been, it's uncharacteristic of that character to do the things that he's doing. But yeah, so murder mystery, I'm all for it. This version of the murder mystery, okay, so this terrible presentation, not very good. In the words of Doctor Strange, they should have Scooby-Dooed this crap. Also, not in a cheesy way like they did here. Yeah. Exactly. Camber Courtney, how you doing? Just give us Darth Jar Jar show, Disney. Look, they cannot give us a Darth Jar Jar show. Do you know why? Because they would mess it up. They can't do anything right. They're just gonna mess it up. This show, there are so many easy things that they could have gotten away with in this show, because it's set 100 years before the Phantom Menace. You have a lot of wiggle room to do lots of different things in this show, and this is what they choose to do. Of all the things, this is what they choose to do. This kind of reminds me of the whole Slick situation in Clone Wars. Yeah, nobody could have seen that coming. You mean Slick? The guy whose name is Slick turned out to be the traitor? What the? Yeah, I remember that was a funny episode. Wait, Slick is the traitor? I never would have guessed it. Mind blown. Hippo's Grum had a long chat and then just deleted it.
Do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble task?
My name is Yoifan Padawan, with the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
We have no presence here.
She's a mech.
Jedi.
Free.
This is a... This is a cargo ship. We have no passengers.
She's a mech.
This is a cargo ship.
The Chosen One says, I'm more excited for the Lego thing with Darth Jar Jar and Jedi Bob than anything else Star Wars. Nicholas Porter says, do you think Filoni running Star Wars would save it? Do you think Filoni cares compared to the rest? No, I don't. If you watched like Sheev Talks commentary on why the Clone Wars don't hold up, a lot of the issues, the main like plot holes and continuity issues that are in Clone Wars are, can in some ways be traced back to Dave Filoni. I think overall he would do a pretty decent job. He would definitely do better than a lot of these others. I mean, under him and Jon Favreau, didn't they make like The Mandalorian? Like, I mean, he was involved in that, I think. It wouldn't save Star Wars, but it would definitely be quite a few steps up. So he's not a George Lucas, but he's pretty decent. Definitely better than what we have now. And I think it would also, the stuff that he would make would be decent enough that... No, but here's the thing, like, I can't ignore the Ahsoka show, because I just got... The Ahsoka show was just not good. And that was a Dave Filoni thing. Like, so far he's been pretty good with animated stuff. like the animated shows. But I'm sorry, Ahsoka show just did not like. I thought Book of Boba Fett was not that good, but in comparison to Ahsoka, Book of Boba Fett is like 10 out of 10. Like the Ahsoka show was premium disappointment for me. Camber Courtney says the acting is stiff, ship designs are bad, the sets are too dark and poorly made. Audio mixing is off, dialogue is clunky. They literally made an actor uncomfortable on set. For which show are you talking about? This one, The Acolyte? I would agree. I would agree with that. If you're talking about another show, I would probably agree with that as well. I assume you're talking about The Acolyte, though. The Separatist Army filing for 100 million credit sue. Jar Jar fans be like, stone face? What's the stone face? Yeah, but I mean, so far the live action shows that are good are season 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian and Andor. But I put season 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian first because I actually enjoyed watching those. Andor, I did not really enjoy watching that. I mean, there were some parts of it that I enjoyed, but for the most part, I didn't really have that much fun watching Andor. It's kind of dismal, dreary, and to me, it felt kind of slow. I know some people, they say that's a bad criticism, but I don't know. Just the feeling that I get when I watch Andor is not the same feeling that I get when I watch other Star Wars content. I don't know how to explain it fully. Tanner Plummer said, I had crazy high expectations for Ahsoka. It met some of my expectations, but not all of them, hoping Season 2 is better. The only thing in Ahsoka that I was somewhat enjoying was the Clone Wars flashback, but even the Clone Wars flashback, I was like, this really doesn't make any sense. Like, why is she having a flashback? Why is she in the world between worlds? We don't know. And it's never explained. And if the answer is because Ahsoka is an immortal, that's like the immortal light side of the Force from the whatchamacallit place. I mean, I don't know what to do with that. Like, is Ahsoka basically a god essentially? I think that's kind of excessive. Camber Courtney says, since when are Jedi temples made of dark stone and only lit with red lightning? Red lightning. Which I don't know which one you're talking about. Jar Jar Hater said, actually they said in Legends how Rey got her powers. Oh, okay, well, they should have put that in the movie, okay? They want to explain. Giving Sabine Force powers was peak characteristic. Yeah, that was the thing I hated most about the Ahsoka show, was they gave Sabine Force powers. It was made clear in Rebels she didn't have Force ability, and we know you can't just increase your Force ability. That's not how it works. Now, if you wanted to use, dark science, cloning, secrets only the Sith knew, I could accept, like genetic manipulation and also like some kind of injection as a possible explanation. Like, I could accept that maybe you can somehow extract midichlorians from one person and then inject them into another person, and then they would gain force powers like that, and there would be some kind of serious drawback to that, like, you know, it would cause them to age extremely rapidly regardless of which side of the force they used. I would be open to something like that. You know, things have to have some kind of consequences or drawbacks. But Sabine just having force powers just because is no. Like the one point where she force pushes Ezra up to the ship, like, Ezra should have just died. He should have not been able, because her force push should have been nothing essentially, and then he would just fall into his death. Didn't they imply that Ahsoka was the continuation of one of the Mortis gods? Yeah, I think that's what her deal is. I'm not really a huge fan of that, but it's, I guess, the way they decided to go. Bumblebee says, Star Wars for me is supposed to leave you on the edge of your seat the entire time and shocked. Like when Vader was revealed as Luke's father, I could have guessed the entire Acolyte show. Yeah, there's no tension, there's no suspense in this show. Because, you know, maybe establish the characters first. Maybe get us to like some of the characters first, and then start killing them off. Okay? Instead of just killing characters in the beginning that we don't care about. I mean, I don't care. I don't care what happens to any of these characters. They could all die. The Trade Federation could bring in a bunch of battle droids and shoot them all down, and I wouldn't care one bit. They could play the saddest music on planet Earth while they're all getting gunned down, and everyone would be laughing like they did when Ki-Adi-Mundi got shot. Japan fan says, I'm gonna go to bed listening to this live. It's nice for learning English because your voice is cool and your English is kind of clear. So much like textbooks. Thanks for having this live. Hey, you're welcome. And thank you for the compliment. Yes, I do have such a nice voice, don't I? Thank you very much. Have a nice night. Regicide says, as long as woke culture has influence, Star Wars will never get better. Yeah, pretty much. You have to remove people that have retarded political ideologies. And that's essentially what it is. Kathleen Kennedy, Leslie Headland, Rian Johnson, they have a political agenda they're trying to push. They're not trying to write good stories. They're trying to be activists for you know, women and gay people or whatever. Which is ridiculous. This is not a platform. Go into politics. Don't make stories for Star Wars. If you want to make a story, write a story. Okay? Stop, like, intentionally including, you know, these characters just because you want to make some kind of statement. Like, in this show, apparently in the 3rd episode, it's going to be revealed. I haven't seen it yet, but from what I've heard, it's going to be revealed that her mothers immaculately conceived her, because, you know, we know that women don't have the seed to be able to impregnate other women, that it's not a thing. And because they don't have that, I guess 2 women got together and immaculately conceived a child. Okay. Like, this kind stuff like this, like, doesn't need to be in the show. Like, why not just give Osha a regular dad? A mom and a dad? Because Leslie Headland is into the gay stuff. So she's got to put it into her story. You know, it can't be a normal story that conforms to what we know about human biology, which is that in order to have a baby, you have to have a man and you also have to have a woman. You know, and And you can say, well, Anakin didn't have a father. Well, the thing is with Anakin, George Lucas made that was an obvious exception for the the quote prophecy, and Disney is just taking that prophecy and just throwing it away. And it's like, I don't know. Camera Courtney says Osha's mothers have a sperm donor and move on. If they go that route, I will drop that criticism. If they go that route, I will drop that criticism. I'll say that's fine, okay? If they did that, then that works. Like, story-wise, that works. Because that's possible. That's actually physically, humanly possible. But, if they do it without a sperm donor, then I'm gonna take issue with that. Because that's not how biology works. And, you're not gonna tell me that there's more chosen ones. And that, because in this case, and also in Anakin's case, the chosen one was essentially conceived because apparently Darth Sidious and Plagueis were messing around with the Force in a way that, the Force essentially rebelled against their attempts to manipulate it to create life, and I guess they were partially successful, and they created, and it ended up creating a life that would eventually go on to destroy the Sith, because the Sith were, I guess as the saying goes, F around and find out. So I don't really know all the details behind that, but whatever. I guess they're doing it again. The Acolyte is we're making new we got more chosen ones in the making. We got the Force dyad, a chosen Force dyad. Arc Trooper 5 says, it's explained in Legends. I think that Darth Plagueis made Anakin from the Force on accident. Yeah, that's what I gather. That he was messing around with trying to create life, and he accidentally ended up making Anakin in some way. Kevin R says Disney already destroyed the Chosen One prophecy in the sequels. Yeah, I mean, there's already the Chosen One, Rey Skywalker, so yeah. What if one of Osha's mothers was a man who transitioned into a woman? Well, then that, hey, Darth TV, that would be physically possible then, wouldn't it? I mean, I imagine that if there was such a man that transitioned into a woman, that I suppose in a rare case that would be possible. Most of the time I would say they would have fertility problems, but I suppose it would actually work that time. Amber Courtney says, so far, the gayest Star Wars show ever. As a single mention of two moms, I'm hoping all the gayness stays in the advertising and doesn't affect the show. Well, I think at this point, if it did affect the show, it wouldn't really change my opinion of the show, because it's already garbage. So, I mean, if you add a little bit more garbage on top of the garbage, I mean, whatever. At this point, they could do whatever they wanted in this show, and it wouldn't make it worse. Or actually, hold on, maybe I'm speaking too soon. It probably would be worse. There's no telling how bad they can make this show. It definitely could get worse. They could, we could be. Actually, they could make it better. You know how they could make this show better? You know how they could fix the Acolyte? I want a scene with Yoda and Yaddle making out. That would fix the Acolyte. For me, if I could get a scene of Yoda and Yaddle making out in one of the Jedi Council chambers, I would rate this show 10 out of 10. Give me a scene with Yoda and Yaddle making out in the meditation chamber, and I will rate this show 10 out of 10. I give you my word, Disney. I will 10 out of 10. Arc Trooper 5 says, thought you were gonna say Darth Jar Jar. Yeah, I mean that too. Skibbity Yoda will fix the Acolyte. Not even Skibbity Yoda can fix the Acolyte. Tarantu-Z says, "Hi, is there anything good in the show? I can't watch this." No, there's nothing good in the show. Don't watch it. You can watch my YouTube poop of it when it comes out. Which, I need to keep working on this. I'm talking too much.
This is a cargo ship.
The Chosen One. Yaddle, make out, we must. Midichlorians, we must mix. Lord of War. No! Darth Caleb TV says, Master Jar Jar, should I watch the Acolyte? People are saying it's good. No, you shouldn't. No, you should not. Sure, if you want it, yeah, sure, watch it. I mean, don't pay money for it though, okay? I encourage everyone not to pay money for it. If you can watch it for free, okay? Because it's not worth paying for. I'll say that. It's not worth paying for. You know, if you have nothing to do, if you have absolutely nothing to do other than watch paint dry, then sure, whatever. Cameron Courtney says Yoda X Yaddle doing some private meditation. Imagine Grogu getting conceived in the Acolyte. Oh, yes. Oh! Yoda and Yaddle conceive Grogu. Secret Yoda's scandal. The Grandmaster's scandal. Yoda secretly got married to Yaddle. And they made a Grogu baby. Darth Caleb says, "Tiny peepee I have. It does not." Tiny peepee I have. It does not. Yaddle's like, "Don't worry. Love you, I still do. Size matters not." Yeah, we'll find out that that's where Yoda got his size matters not line. He got it from Yaddle. Darth Caleb, maybe I should make a video about that. Size matters not. And then we'll have the Yoda death sound playing in the background. Size matters not. That's what Yaddle told me. That's what Yaddle used to tell me all the time. Size matters not. Tater Pun says it will be 10 out of 10 if at the end we get Darth Jar Jar slaughtering the main cast like in Rogue One. Yes, Darth Jar Jar hallway scene. The Darth Jar Jar hallway scene for the Acolyte. That would be nice and spooky. Dark Arrow says they can allude to them having some history together, but I don't want to see it. Of course, we're not. Look. Of course we don't want to actually see them getting it on. No, that's gross. That's sick. Only some sick, twisted freak would want to see Yoda and Yaddle actually doing it, okay? Like, what kind of weirdo would you have to be to want to see Yoda and Yaddle do it? Okay, you be messed up. Like, you should go to therapy and get some help. Camera Courtney says, "Judge me by my size, do you? Just like my ex you are." Do it, Yato, you must. Or do not. There is no try. Grogu, your child is. Somehow I returned. Yoda, what did you just say?
Cargo ship. This is a car ship. We have no passengers. No ship. To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble passage?
My name is Padawan of the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
This is a car ship. We have no passenger. This is a car ship.
This is a caca ship. We have no shit.
We have no.
Terran2Z says, I hope they lose a lot of money on the Acolyte. I hope they do too, so they finally get the message, hey, maybe we should, like, hire someone who's talented in writing stories, and maybe we should get a director that's really good at directing, and maybe we should get actors that are actually interested in making a good show. And then maybe we can get something. Camber Courtney says, is anyone else mad about Pneumodians not having their accents? I am! That was the first thing that I noticed. I was like, cool, they're adding the Pneumodians, you know? They're helping to establish the current world that we know exists. And then they open their mouths and start talking, and I'm like, where's the Asian accent? Where's the accent? It's not there. They took away the accent because they didn't want to be, quote, offensive. Even though Pneumodians, does this look like a Chinese person to you? No. Just because they have a Chinese accent does not mean that this is supposed to be a caricature of a Chinese person. It's not. It's an alien. And the way in which they give that alien, personality with their voice is they give it an Asian accent, okay? It doesn't mean that these are Asians. It's the same thing with Watto. Watto's got a Mediterranean accent, okay? Does that mean that he's a caricature of people who live in the Mediterranean? No. It gives him personality. Root Beer says, I would say it's not exactly the actor's fault. I do look at prequels, and most actors had freedom to do or change scenes, while Disney is a dictator to their actors. Yeah, it's not the actor's fault. Ultimately, this is, although I mean, some of the actors they choose, it in some ways is kind of their fault, because if you watch some of the interviews, these people are like all on board with pissing off fans just for the sake of it.
To what do we owe the pleasure of Jedi on our humble Ship. We have no ship.
Darth Caleb says, nothing is wrong with this chat. We are normal. Camera Courtney says, let's also discuss the way they say R2 when they're talking about astromechs. R2? How do they say R2? R2-D2. R2-D2. Root Beer says, I'd like to imagine Watto is 1 in a million and his species speaks nothing like him. He gives me the feeling of an Italian black market mechanic scrapper. Watto is Italian. Yes, Watto is a caricature of an Italian. Apparently, that's what all the that's the way all Italians are. They got big pot bellies and they have wings, and they got a big elephant nose and yellow eyes, and they say, "Hey, mamma mia, pizza." That's an Italian apparently. Hey Annie, help me fix the ship in the junkyard. Chopper, no contest. R2 follows the Yavin convention while Chopper torments his enemies for fun. Yeah, Chopper is a psychopath, without a doubt. Like, I don't know. They probably it was probably Hera probably like reprogrammed him to be crazy or something. Watto is not an alien from his POV. Jar Jar, how could you be a bigot? Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I should know better. I'm as a Gungan, I should know better. Not elephant nose, Squidward nose. Yeah, he does have more of a Squidward nose. Imagine if he had like squid legs. Root Beer says, Annie, I have a couple of no good people owe me a lot of money. Hey, maybe you could help with some deadbeats who owe me a lot of money. Hey, maybe you could help with some deadbeats who owe me a lot of money. My mother. Oh yeah, Shmee. She's not mine no more. I sold her. She's not mine no more. Annie, she's not mine no more. I sold her. You sold her? Years ago. Sorry, Annie, but you know, business is business. Yeah, I sold her to a moisture farmer named Lars. At least I think it was Lars. Believe it or not, I heard that he freed her and married her. Can you beat that? Ha ha, yeah. Yeah, I need to work on my Italian accent. Darth Caleb says R2 and Chops should team up and see who can commit the most. Whoa, no, they should not do that. Bumblebee is saying dirty things. Yoda in the next room doing his husbandly duties to Yaddle. Clapping his hands together to applaud the beauty of Yaddle. Root Beer says, I imagine, Jar Jar, you have the movies down pat by now. Mostly. I want to say I probably edited and re-edited Revenge of the Sith more than any of the other movies. And then like the Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones. I think I could probably say most lines of most characters before any of them say it. Not so much in the original trilogy. I have seen the original trilogy quite a few times, but yeah, not as much though. Not as much as the prequels. Like, I have edited some of the scenes in the prequels so much, and you know what's crazy is almost every single time that I edit these scenes, I'm always finding something new. There's something new in there that I didn't notice before. So, I mean, that's kind of fun. I mean, it's never a dull moment editing the prequels. Cameron Courtney says, I can't believe they named a character after OSHA of all things. Yeah. Yeah, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, it's important. It's important. Workers' rights are important. You need to care about safety in the workplace. I mean, who wants to work for a company that's not safe to work for? So, OSHA is very important.
We have no ship,
Our Trooper 5 says Sith Lords are our speciality. You're no match for him. He's a Sith Lord. Sith Lords, Chancellor Palpatine. Sith Lords are our speciality.
We have no passenger. Passengers. We have no ship. We have no Jedi presence. We have no.
Camera Courtney says, R2, I'm looking for a mechanic by the name of OSHA Violation. Have you seen her? Honestly, I think that'd probably be a better name for her. OSHA Violation. Root Beer says, knowing what Kenobi's actor says about the movie skyrocketing, his love for the movie is so bad, but also it's a good movie. It's just not as cool as the rest. What? Which movie? Kenobi's actor says about the movie skyrocketing. The movie skyrocketing. The male Neimoidian didn't sound exactly the weirdest. Yeah. I thought that like the male Neimoidian sounded kind of similar to the way I heard a lot of the Neimoidian sound in the Clone Wars TV show. So it wasn't too bad, but the female Neimoidian was atrocious. Like, she could have used some work. Like, she could have used a little bit of an accent of some kind or something. But the male Neimoidian, I do have to admit, it wasn't absolutely terrible. I did notice that it did seem more like the Clone Wars version of the Neimoidians. But even in the Clone Wars, they still had that. They still had, like, almost every single character had like an Asian kind of accent to them, and like even the one that had like the least amount of Asian accent, I think, was like Lock Durd, and Lock Durd was voiced by the guy that plays Zulu in what's his face? What's his name? The guy that played Zulu in Star Trek. I can't remember his name now, but he's a pretty popular Asian actor, Japanese actor, and he played Lock Durd. And Joe Schmo says they made the Neimoidians sound less Asian on purpose. Yeah, they did, because they wanted to be less offensive or whatever. But it just ends up ruining the Neimoidians, the Neimoidians as like characters, because that's a part of their character traits. That's what they sound like. They got the Asian accent.
Have no We have no passers.
Regicide says, the current state of Star Wars has left me scarred and deformed. That's how I felt when I watched the first 2 episodes of The Acolyte. I guess there were some other things going on with me. Maybe I ate the wrong food that day or something, because I just felt depressed after I watched it. Like, the life was drained out of me, and, you know, there had to have been something else, you know. Maybe I didn't get enough sun that day or something. Or maybe, you know, maybe I'm on my cycle, you know? Maybe I'm experiencing, the ebb and flow of my testosterone. Maybe it's the low point of the month for me. But, whatever it was, I just felt totally depressed after I watched the first 2 episodes of The Acolyte. The Chosen One says, I saw an article that says Disney will remain light and dark side because of racially offensive wording. Like what? Rename light and dark side? What are they gonna rename it to? What are they gonna rename it to? The evil and the colored side? Like, what can you? What's the light and dark are not racial terms inherently. Light refers to brightness, you know, like the sun, you know, radiation, and dark is the absence of light. Okay, that's not a racial thing. It's not a racial thing. That's a concept that everybody around the world, all races and ethnicities, understand what light and dark is. These people are just too much. Canberra Courtney says, we want to be less offensive. Remove diversity. Exactly. Like, these people are like, they want to be so inoffensive that they're inoffending up their own ass. You know? So, this is the snake eating itself. Like, there's obviously nuance. For anyone who has any kind of brains, there's nuance to the whole, you know, racial aspect of things. You can't go too far to the extreme of one end or the other. Trying to be totally inoffensive makes you offensive. You know, ironically enough, trying to be completely and totally inoffensive makes you offensive, because there's a balance between, you know, there's obvious malicious behavior, which is unacceptable, and then there's going way too far to the other side, which is, well, we have to make sure that we don't hurt anyone's feelings under any circumstances. Like, using the term light and dark should not be racially offensive, and to try and like cater to someone who is that sensitive, you're just gonna go insane. So, extremes. What does the Jedi teach? You have to avoid extremes. You must have balance. You can't go too far to one side or the other. You have to be temperate. Camber Courtney says, literally my point, Jar Jar. Well said. Thank you very much. Tater Pun says, can't call it the evil side because there's no good and evil. Exactly. Like, we can't have good and evil anymore. It's like, so now now all morality is totally relative in Star Wars. So, you know, someone can be, so Darth Vader didn't do anything wrong. The Emperor didn't do anything wrong now. You know, the Queen of the Zygerians, who had all those Ahsoka slaves, she did nothing wrong. No, but nobody did anything wrong. Everybody's just following their own path. They're following their own truth. Whatever you say, it's fine, because, you know, who are we to judge whether or not something is good or evil? So now nobody's evil. The Empire did nothing wrong. That's where we're at now. Like that one, I don't even know what the actor's name is. That he's trying to argue that Anakin, like in his argument, which is totally nonsensical. I mean, obviously he makes the slip up and he says Anakin blowing up the Death Star when technically he should mean to say Luke blowing up the Death Star. But even his point, even if you ignored that slip up, is totally ridiculous. Anakin blowing up the Death Star, Luke blowing up the Death Star was not wrong. They're establishing a new government. These are a group of independent systems that are fighting for their independence against the Empire. And the Empire does not have legal claim to all these jurisdictions, despite what it says. And it's oppressive, and it's trying to essentially colonize the entire galaxy. So what Luke Skywalker did by destroying a planet-killing machine and he saved countless billions of lives by killing a few million people that were on a Death Star. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody on the Death Star was like pure evil. Maybe some of them were just going to work because they had to. But that doesn't change the fact that they're in a war. And their war is to fight against, if you're fighting against the Empire, people die in war. That's not morally wrong. So it's completely ridiculous to say that Luke was wrong for destroying the Death Star, which was going to be used to oppress billions of people in the entire galaxy. That's crazy. And this guy's trying to argue that, well, killing millions of people on a Death Star is not bad. I mean, or he's trying to claim that it is bad. It's bad because people died. I mean, yeah, on some level, sure, it's bad that people die in war. But when you're on the wrong side, it's less bad. But also, obviously in war, lots of innocent people get caught up in war. How many people had to fight for the Empire in Star Wars because they were conscripted, and the Empire threatened to hurt their families if they didn't go to war? Those people are in some ways kind of innocent, obviously, and they're going to be collateral damage. It's rough, but what Luke did was still for the greater good. It was still the right thing to do, even if there were a few hundred, let's say there were a few hundred, a few thousand, or even a million slaves on the Death Star. I think that if any of those people on the Death Star were being honest, they would say it's a good thing that Luke blew up the Death Star with me on it, because I don't want this machine to go around destroying other people's planets and murdering billions of people. That's like, if I was in that situation, I would want Luke to blow up the Death Star, even if I was on the Death Star, because the fate of so many other people is at stake. And so if I die, that's bad, of course, that's too bad, but also, like, it's still for the benefit of others. So yeah. Anyway.
Ship, we have no passers. We have no We have no We have no presence. We have no passengers.
Root Beer says, Jar Jar, not every Imperial loyalist is evil too. Regicide says, two woke people, race/gender determines whether you're evil or not. A lot of times, yeah, unfortunately, there's lots of... Look, the whole thing, and this is like one of the biggest issues, is the reason why people hate quote-unquote woke people is because those people are hypocrites, and they're obvious hypocrites. They will say that it's wrong to generalize certain groups of people, and then they will do the exact same thing. They will generalize, you know, certain races they will generalize, and they'll say this or that thing about them. And they will generalize genders, and they will say, well, all of them are like this. But they will also turn around and tell you that you can't do that, and that it's wrong to generalize, you know, genders and races of people. It's wrong to generalize them. Well, if it's wrong, then you shouldn't be doing it either. Okay? So, like, that's the issue people have. They're hypocrites. They have a different standard for themselves, and everybody else is the bad guy. The Chosen One says, yes, but the Empire not only blew up planets, they oppressed the galaxy for 20 years. That they did. Not my galaxy, though. Not the Gungans. They didn't oppress the Gungans, though. There were special provisions which gave protections to the Gungan people. I made sure in the Senate that my home planet wasn't farmed for resources by the Empire. So they didn't touch the swamps of Gunga, the Gunga swamps. I don't even know what to call them. Utagunga, I think it's called Utagunga. Yeah, they didn't touch the swamps of Utagunga. That way, you know, when it's time for me to go on like summer vacation, I can go back to the swamp, relive the glory days when I was just a little Gungan teenager, running around in the swamps, eating beetles off of the trees and stuff, eating goober fish. sucking the milk from the tick, those cow ticks. Sucking the milk from the cow ticks. The Chosen One says, if the Death Star was at least 360 no-scoped all around it, and it looked cool, the Empire would be forgiven. Yeah, if they could have done that, I think that they could have got away with it. Darth Artisticus is here. Hello! Welcome. Ellen Playground Guy says, don't even know what your home... Hey, sometimes I forget. I've been away for so long. And I've got so much going on with, you know, running the First Order and stuff that I just don't have time for... Yeah. I just don't have time for remembering my home planet.
This is a car ship. We have no ship. We have no passers. We have no presence. We have no passers.
My name is Yord Fandar, Knight of the Jedi Order.
Chosen One says, should Star Killer be brought into canon, or is he too OP? Well, I mean, if we accept what has been said about the Star Killer video games, what has been said about them is that they are embellishments for the sake of like the video game itself. And so like the things that happened did happen, but they didn't happen exactly the way that it's shown. Like it's shown from like the Force Unleashed games are shown from, quote, a certain point of view. And so, because they're embellished stories, there are certain things that happen that are exaggerated because you're playing a video game. But if you were to bring it into canon, he would still be extremely powerful, but they would have to tone down certain aspects of his abilities so that he's not too powerful. Dark Arrow says, he is OP, but I'd rather have him be canon to help bring this once great franchise back to its former glory. Back to its former glory. He could serve as the new Anakin Chosen One. Oh, okay, so we're gonna replace Anakin again, huh? It's not enough that you replaced Anakin after he died. You gotta replace him while he's still alive, huh? You gotta bring him back while he's still alive. You're gonna have a Star Killer show, and he's gonna show up and he's gonna kick Vader's ass and he's gonna zap the Emperor, and then he's eventually gonna be, defeated as he is, and then we'll just take the Chosen One title and we'll just give it to him. Forget Anakin. Yeah, you know what? Anakin's just another white man. Like, come on, get him out of here. Yeah. We don't need him here anymore. Get him out of here. We'll replace him. We'll replace him with someone else. In fact, while we're at it, we'll make Star Killer. You know what we should do? We should make Star Killer wheelchair bound black gay woman. How about that? Star Killer wheelchair bound. That joke's been done to death. That's not even funny. That's just that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Only an idiot would come up with that. But whatever. Revere says, and then a Neimoidian kills Starkiller with his voice. Yes, with his new voice. Regicide says, Star Wars Force Unleashed 3 would be dope with today's technology. Perhaps, but I mean, if you expect a big game studio to make that game, it's probably going to come out unfinished, and then 5 years later, after they put it through like 10,000 patches, then it'll finally be ready to like actually play, and it'll still have problems, and there'll be massive amounts. We'll have 10,000 microtransactions. You know, you'll be able to purchase different colors for Starkiller's outfit. $20 for the color red, $20 for the color blue, $40 for the color orange, because some people like, because the research says that most people like orange better than this color, so we'll charge more for this color. Yeah, that's what they'll do with like the Force Unleashed 3. They'll microtransaction you to death. They'll make like $2-3 million off of like 1,000 players. Like no one will even have to play it, because there will be like a few people that will shell out like half their paychecks just to get like a Pikachu hat or something for Starkiller. The Chosen One says, a wheelchair-bound black gay amputee woman who identifies as Empire. Yes, perfect. You could probably email Kathleen Kennedy right now, and you would get a multi-million-dollar contract. You better get on that before someone else steals your idea, because I have a feeling that you could make a lot of money. Like, you may never have to work again. You could go, you pitch that idea, she'll say yes. Like, where have you been all my life? The Chosen One says, honestly, Cal is a great character. In my opinion, his development is pretty cool. Yeah, based on what I've seen from I watched the cutscenes. I thought he was fun. I didn't play the game because, I mean, the kind of game it was just didn't appeal to me. It's just not a very interesting game to me. But I did watch all the cutscenes, and I thought he was pretty cool. Lethal Eagle says, Cal Ketis Calcetus. I mean Calcetus. I mean Calcestus. Yes. Melon Playground guy says, sounds like a certain game. Battlefront 2. Sorry, had something in my throat. Yeah. Yeah, the microtransactions. But it would get worse. Like in Force Unleashed 3, they would lean into it even more. Like his lightsaber will, like standard lightsaber will be white, and then you'll have to like pay to get color in the lightsaber. You'll have to pay $50 to get a blue lightsaber, and then like $60 for a green lightsaber, and then you'll have to pay $2,000 for a purple lightsaber. It'll be the rarest. Or even better, you won't be able to directly purchase any of the colors. You'll have to buy all the loot boxes. You'll have to buy the loot boxes, and it'll be randomized which stuff you'll get. And so you'll never be able to get the stuff that you want, and you'll just keep buying more and more loot boxes so that you can finally unlock the purple lightsaber, and it'll be like the rarest kind. And they'll basically, it'll never, the system will never shell it out to you. So you just have to keep buying more and more. You have to spend $10,000 before you finally get the purple lightsaber for Star Killer. You're lucky you never played Fallen Order and met Ogdo Bogdo. Ogdo Bogdo. The Chosen One says, no, the default will be the colors of the LGBT flag, and you'll have to pay to change it. Exactly. Even better. Hey, even better. Even better. Make all the characters wear rainbow, and then force people to buy the chests that change it, the loot boxes. I think we got a pretty good what do they call that? Monetary system? No. I don't know what they call it. I forgot.
We have no passengers.
Say
This is a cargo ship. We have no passengers.
she's a mechanic. Freelance out of ship repair, she bunks ship to ship.
Why would we have mechanic? We have no. We have no X.
Oh, bro. This guy's going. He's going too far. We have no Nicks. Wait, excuse me. What did you say? We have no mechanics. Oh, okay, I see. Why do they call it that, mechanic? I mean, mechanic, sure, whatever, but why mechanic? I mean, it's like, is this how we're being creative in Star Wars? You just remove like a letter from, remove a letter from a word, and now it's a Star Wars word. Mechanics. We're doing mechanics now.
Here, the Republic has legislated that only droids. Droids. We have no droids.
We have no Mechasus. Mechasus. We have no Mexican. Ah, ARC Trooper 5s. Are you saying the Trade Federation would use cheap labor for their ships? Is that what you're implying? We have no Mexicans. I'll see if maybe I can actually make him say that. We have no Mexicans.
We have no.
Ship repair, she bunks ship to ship.
Why would we have no mech? Mechs here. Mechs here.
We have no Mexicans. Root Beer says, I like how in the Acolyte Jedi are some sort of police, but in the prequels, episode 2, Obi-Wan says, we are here to protect you, Senator, not to start an investigation. We are here to protect you, Senator, not to start an... Why? What? Why else would we be hired to protect the Senator? Investigation is implied in our mandate. Protection is a job for local security. It's overkill, Master. Investigation is implied in our mandate. Anakin, that's according to Anakin says investigation is implied in their mandate. Root Beer says Grum Acolyte is kinda grim. It feels like a parody. Grum? The Gruminator! The Gruminator's here. Welcome. Hippo's Grum says I'm not the Grum. We got two Grus. We got two Grus in chat. We got the Gruminator and we got Hippo's Grum. No pen today. Welcome. ArcTrooper 5 says Acolyte is dyslexic. Dark Arrow says it's Disney Channel level bad, and the only two decent actors and characters in my opinion in this show are Hippo's Grum says I'm having tea. If you take it, that's okay. Being kicked because I'm a sissy, kickable me. Nice. It rhymes. I saw that YouTube poop, it's great. What YouTube poop? Which one?
We have no mechs here. The Republic has Mexico. The Republic has legislated that only droids may perform outer ship repair.
Repairs. Darth Dyslexicus, my apprentice. Darth Autisticus. No Pen Today says, I love YouTube poops. Well, then you're gonna love this. The Chosen One says, the shaky cam and poor lighting in Kenobi was abysmal. Absolutely it was. That is the thing that made it kind of really awful. And it made it look cheap. That show looked terrible because of how poorly lit it was, as well as the shaky cam was obnoxious. It was crazy. It was, and I noticed they kept shaking the cam even in scenes where nothing was happening. Like they'd have a talking scene and the camera is still shaking. We have no Mexicans. Root Beer says, also, a Jedi using their abilities to get information out of someone is somewhat out of character. Seems not very the Jedi way. Look, ever since they introduced the ability to extract information in the sequels, it's caused a problem. Because that ability was never established before in any of the previous, like, Star Wars stuff. Like, there is obviously, to some degree, Jedi can read, like, they can read the general thoughts and feelings of a person, especially if they're very emotional. Like Darth Vader when he was fighting with Luke Skywalker in Return of the Jedi, and he's able to find out that he has a twin sister. Okay, so you can get information from other people that, you know, essentially reveal they play their hand because of how emotional they are. But like the ability to just walk up to someone and grab any kind of information that you want out of their head is a problem, because the question obviously, it begs the question, why don't the Jedi just use that all the time for everything they could possibly do? And Root Beer says, Mace, Anakin, and Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, I think, probed Bane's mind. Yeah, look. If there are rules established around it, it can work. But there's no rules established around it. I think in most cases, the general rule is, from the shows and the movies, is that if someone doesn't have Force ability, you can and also the weak-minded, it only works against the weak-minded. Mace, Anakin, and Ahsoka and Obi-Wan, like, working together to probe Bane's mind, I think is a problem that Dave Filoni created, because it is Clone Wars, and I guess indirectly because George Lucas didn't do anything about it and didn't say, no, you can't have this, then, you know, I guess it's partially George Lucas's fault as well. But it also does make sense that probing the mind like that can eventually, like, destroy it. And that's what they said could potentially happen. Like, clearly Bane was going through a significant amount of pain trying to resist their attempts to like pull the information out of his head. So there's got to be some point at which it causes, if someone resists that ability, then it should, like, cause them brain damage or something. And so the Jedi should be less likely to use that ability, because it can be really harsh on people's mind. And it can, yes, like Root Beer says, it could break their mind if they keep trying to get information, and then the information will be totally unavailable because their brain will no longer work. They'll essentially turn the person into a vegetable, because they'll scramble their brain while trying to pull out information that they're resisting them on. So, but just to be able to walk up to people and be like, tell me what I want to know, and then that's it, is, like, should not be a thing. And if it is a thing, like I've said before, with special Force abilities, it is okay to have some characters that have the ability to do some special things, but only those characters, not everybody. You know, like Kylo Ren being able to freeze blaster bolts in place should be a special, unique ability that is given to someone like Kylo Ren. You know, Palpatine's proficiency is in Force Lightning. He's exceptionally good at Force Lightning compared to other abilities. Let's see. What's that one Jedi's name? The Native American Jedi? I forgot what his name. The guy that the one that tracks, that's able to track people down by just touching things that they've touched in the past, and then he knows he knows things about an object just by touching it. Like, that's a special ability that should only be available to him, or a few other characters that are similar to him. You know, I'm okay with special force abilities. I would even be okay with something like force healing, as long as it was limited to only some people can have force healing, and other people, no matter how hard they try, they cannot have force healing, no matter what. Because it's a special ability that only some people will be able to be proficient in. But then, you know, the trade-off is they're not good at other force abilities. That should be the trade-off. Oh, yeah, Quinlan Voss, yeah, that guy. His ability is psychometry. Like Mace Windu, his special ability is Shatterpoint. He's able to see through the Force, the weak points of things and people. And so something like Shatterpoint should be a unique ability that Mace Windu has, and not an ability that everyone could have if they wanted to. So special abilities are acceptable in Star Wars. The problem is they just put special abilities on anyone they want, whenever they want, for whatever reason, and anyone can get the special ability if they just train for it. Whereas it should be, the Force should be similar to the way it is in real life. That is, that some people have gifts and abilities that other people don't have. There are some people that have the ability to play the piano with barely any training, and no matter how hard I tried, I would never be good enough, you know, as a piano player. And so the same thing should be true for, like, the Force. Some people should just be naturally really good at some aspects of the Force, but then also really bad at other aspects. No matter how hard they try, they can't get good at other things. So that's if they want to balance it, if they want to do a good job when it comes to world building, that's what they would do with Force abilities. Every Force ability, number one, it should have a trade-off. If you have the ability to do something really powerful, there should be a trade-off. You can't just be able to do extremely powerful things and just get away with it. Yeah, then they would be able to be creative with Force abilities without it breaking the world. Exactly. That's what would happen. So, like, you could have, like, for example, you could have Force healing. And say, for example, you did not have the natural ability to heal people with the Force, then attempting Force healing would essentially just drain your life, like right there on the spot. And so you would die, or you would just not be able to do it at all. Or, you know, like Plo Koon's Electric Judgment. Some people, or Yaddle's like light side Force ability, where she could fire like Force lightning to cut people off from the Force, and the Force lightning she fired didn't hurt them at all. It just removed their ability to use the Force. And so it essentially, her Force lightning zapped the person's midichlorians, so they didn't have any midichlorians anymore and they couldn't use the Force. You know, that's a Force ability that should have some kind of trade-off. Yeah. Ben Swallow had two amazing Force abilities, grabbing lasers and Force heal. Yeah, it, like, and he only had Force heal in the last movie, because that's what the plot needed. They came up with Force heal in that movie, and then they just used it. Now, at the very least, it was nice that they set up the Force healing ability by having Rey heal the worm, but then she heals Kylo Ren in that other or no, Kylo Ren heals she heals Kylo Ren, and then later on he heals her to bring her back to life, and then he dies as a result of it. But it's like where did he learn to do Force heal? Like, because she healed him once, now he can do force heal now? Yeah. Root Beer says, but he lost it to a girl that barely handled the lightsaber. To a girl that had never held a lightsaber.
We have no Mexican. To what do we owe the pleasure of Jedi presence on our humble ship?
My name is Yord Fandar, Knight of the Jedi Order, and this is my Padawan, Tassiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
This is a cargo ship. We have no passengers.
She's a mechanic. Freelance out of ship repair, she bunks ship to ship.
Why would we have mechanics here? The Republic has legislated that only that Mexico.
Trying to find the ands. I need the ands. Bingus says, hey, I'm never here for your streams, but I just wanted to say that your content always manages to make my day better. Thank you. Hey, you're welcome, Bingus. Thank you for the comment. I'm always glad to hear that people enjoy my content. So, thank you. Arctic Fox says, just joined the stream. Is the stuff on screen things being edited for a video? Yes. Yes, I am working on editing this for a YouTube video. For a YouTube poop. Root Beer says, the more I hear, the more I say the male's voice does sound Numordian. It just doesn't sound like the ones in episode 2. Yeah, like I said, it does sound more like the Clone Wars version. The only thing is that I think it should have a bit of a bit of an Asian flair, because even all of the Numordians in the Clone Wars, they sounded less Asian, but they still had a little bit of that accent. Some more than others. Like Newt Gunray still had a full Asian accent throughout the entirety of the Clone Wars series. I think Lot Dodd had a lesser Asian accent. Lock Durd definitely had an Asian accent because he was played by what's that guy's name? I forgot that guy's name. The Asian guy that plays Zulu in Star Trek. He was played by him, and so he had a very distinguished Asian accent as well, or I should say Japanese accent, because the actor is Japanese.
Ship to ship.
Why would we have?
Yeah.
This is a cargo ship. To what do we owe the pleasure of Jedi presence on our humble ship? To what do we owe the pleasure of Jedi presence on our humble ship?
My name is Yord Fandar, Knight of the Jedi Order, and this is my Padawan, Tassiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
This is a cargo ship. Mexican. no Mexicans.
Bum, bum, bum. Root Beer says that moan is so effing unnecessary. Wait, what moan? You mean the moan where the Pneumodian goes like,
No ship. We have no passers. We have no presents. We have no droids. We have no Mexicans. We. To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble asses?
My name is Yori Padawan with the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
This is a car ship. We have no ship. We have no passers. We have no presents. We have no droids. We have no Mexicans.
we have no Mexicans. Enclave General 004 Short says, God bless you all. Thank you very much, Enclave. Root Beer says, I realized you don't have a gonk emote, and now it bothers me. Gonk. Well, if I'm gonna have a gonk emote, I'm gonna need more members, aren't I? Unfortunately, I cannot make another emote unless I have more members. So, you're all gonna have to join. You want a gonk emote? You're gonna have to join. $1.99 a month. If you would like to increase the amount of emotes that we have, you can gift memberships to other people so that there are more members, so that we can get a gonk emote. Because right now all the emote slots are filled.
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble asses?
To what do we owe the pleasure of shit on our humble ass?
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble asses?
My name is Yori Padawan with the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
This is a car ship. We have no ship. We have no passers. We have no presents. We have no droids. We have no Mexicans.
We have no Mexicans. We have no gonk emotes. We have no gonk. We got no gonks here.
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble asses?
My name is Yori Padawan with the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
This is a car ship. We have no ship. We have no passers. We have no presents. We have no droids. We have no Mexicans.
We have no Mexicans.
Impossible to locate the ship. It's out of our range.
Look, listen to the voice. This is the old Pneumodian voice.
She has disappeared, my lord.
We're losing power. There seems to be a problem with the main reactor.
It's impossible to locate the ship. It's out of our range. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
Frankly, I'm hurt because Philip is clearly disposable, but...
Oh, hell no, man.
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble asses?
My name is Padawan with the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
This is a car ship. We have no ship. We have no passers. We have no presence. We have no droids. We have no Mexicans. We have no passengers.
We have no passengers. We have no Mexicans. While the Hedgehog says, can you make Newt say we have no Canadians? I don't know. I don't know if I want to try and do that. I think I'm done sentence mixing right now. It's very difficult. It's probably one of the... I'd say it's probably one of the hardest things to do in making YouTube groups is sentence mixing. It's very difficult to get the right sounds together to make it actually sound like the right word.
Nick. Freelance out of ship repair, she bunks ship to ship.
Why would we have mechnics here? The Republic has legislated that only droids may perform outer ship repair.
Sublevel.
Thank you for your cooperation.
What do you think? Should I add subtitles to this part where he's talking? I think most of it's easy enough to understand.
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble asses?
My name is Padawan with the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a
Yeah, I should add text.
To
Bro, I just got bit by an ant. Some ant attacked me. Unacceptable. Hippos Grum says, in Disney Plus subtitles, cooperation is actually in quotation. Interesting. He didn't really believe they were cooperating. Thank you for your cooperation. Quote, cooperation. The Chosen One says I have returned from consuming my lunch. Enclave says, could you make more Newt Gunray videos? I will make more Newt Gunray videos. That's the plan. Bingus says, how does it feel making anything from this show? I saw your community post about it earlier. Feels pretty bad. Feels pretty bad. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed with how terrible this show is. So in some ways it does kind of hurt to edit this. I guess part of it is it hurts me to edit this because I'm kind of nervous that because of the lack of enthusiasm around the Acolyte, less people will watch the video. I'm hoping that's not the case, but I'm kind of nervous that that might be the case. Bingus says, that said, your R2 video was so unbelievably funny, it makes me laugh to myself every time I think about it. Thank you. I had fun making that one. Although, it was... it was kind of goofy, and also, I guess I was kind of playing right into their hands. Because they knew what they were doing. Like, the only reason they said the things they said was because they're trying to make people upset. So, I guess I just played into it. Root Beer says, Acolyte might just be the worst they've produced. Do you think we will see Yoda? I'm surprised that we haven't heard anything about Yoda in the first 2 episodes. I mean, he should be Grand Master of the Jedi Order still, right? I figured we'd see him, or something. Root Beer says, for 900 years I told who was to be trained. Yes. Wait, if Yoda shows up, he'll have really good hair like Yaddle. A hairy head Yoda. 100 years before the Phantom Menace, hairy head Yoda. Full head of hair. Ooh, maybe we'll get like emo Yoda, and he'll have like I don't know, maybe he'll have like hair covering his eyes or something.
Sasiloa. Sasiloa. Sasiloa.
Super Count Dooku is here. Hello. Holly Moo says that chick looks like a Vulcan or something. Yeah, I don't know who I don't remember exactly who I was watching, but yeah, it's a combination of Darth Maul, Master Yoda, and a human. Super Count Dooku says, hello there to Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi. Twice the height, double the fall damage. Exactly. Doesn't matter how high your high ground is, when you fall, you're gonna fall harder.
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble passage?
My name is Yoy Padawan, with the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a
Root Beer says, I don't know, Master. There seems to be no motivation. There seems to be no motive. Weekend. How was your weekendin? Jar Jar Studios outro. Yes. Twice the happiness, double the joy.
By the name of
H the Furky says, sorry I can't thief. Sorry I can't thief.
Anasaya.
This is a car.
Jedi Obi-Wan says, wait a minute, he could be Kai's sidekick. Darth Cinder says, I have discovered a terrible truth. I think Kathleen Kennedy is a Sith Lord. A Sith Lord? Yes, the one we've been looking for. Darth Cinder says, I don't know the other line. I'm a terrible Star Wars fan. The one we've been looking for, yes. Then our worst fears have been realized. If what you have told me is true, you will have earned my trust.
Officers. Presence.
Darth Cinder says Master Kennedy is very powerful. You'll need my help if you're going to arrest her. Dark Arrow says Leslie Henlon is an apprentice. Leave him or we'll never make it. His fate is the same as ours. His fate will be the same as ours. Is the line. The correct line is his fate will be the same as ours.
No. Droids. To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble assets?
My name is Yoifan Padawan, with the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
This is a car ship. We have no ship. We have no passers. We have no presence. We have no droids. We have no Mexicans. We have no passengers.
We have no. Root Beer says, I like that one scene in the Clone Wars where Anakin gets the memories of Vader and doesn't kill Obi-Wan. He just says, you don't know what I have to do in the end of the Clone Wars. What the? Spooky. That was during the Mortis God arc, right? when I first saw that, the Mortis God arc, I had no idea what was even going on. I did not understand a single thing in those episodes. I had to watch like a breakdown of it, and then I had to rewatch the episodes later because I was so confused when I first saw it. I was like, what the heck am I watching?
Master Andor.
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble asses?
My name is Padawan of the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Hasiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha and Asaya.
This is a car ship. We have no ship. We have no passers. We have no presence. We have no droids. We have no Mexicans.
Super Kansuku says Mortis arc was alright, but it did defy what we had been previously told by the Force, of the Force by George Lucas. Yeah, I think that's why it didn't make any sense to me when I first saw it. And I think I've watched also like breakdowns of it and how it is kind of world breaking to have like the Mortis gods and stuff, and it doesn't really make any sense. But Obi-Wan Kenobi says no Mexicans. Yeah, we have no Mexicans. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. This guy's supposed to come here to arrest her. And he's sitting in her room. Like, if she was really the killer and she saw Jedi show up, what do you think she would do? If she was really the killer and Jedi showed up and she knew they were here, what do you think she would do? And like logically in his mind, what would he expect her to do? You would expect her to try and escape, right? But no, she walks to her room and he's sitting there waiting for her. Why? It's like at this point, he thinks that she's the killer. But he's just waiting inside her room for her to show up. Instead of, like, because it would have been obvious that she had seen him or known that he was on board. Like, surely the Neumordians would have told, oh, yeah, there's some guy here to see you. Some Jedi is here to see you. Or something. But instead, he's just sitting there waiting for her to walk in to be arrested. That's another thing. Just another thing. Doesn't make any sense. Darth Cinder says, what if the guy was watching Jar Jar Binks Plus while waiting on Osha to arrive? That would have been a very good idea. Bumblebee says, I still want chicky nuggies. Yeah, I'm sure we all do. We all do. Yes, Bumblebee, we all do. Not just the dino ones, but the chicken ones. The crispy ones, too. They're like nuggies, and I burnt them. You didn't eat them? I ate them. I ate them! All of them. How can you be on the council and not get microplastics? How can you be on the council and not get microplastics? I said, take a seat, B127. Take a seat, Bumblebee. Sit your ass down, boy. Hey, oh boy, sit your ass down. Bumblebee, sit your ass down or you ain't gonna get another chicken nugget for as long as you live. Sit your ass down. Hey yo, you can't say that. You can't say that. I have a right to my chicken nuggets. No, you don't. What about the droid attack on the nuggies? He's right. We cannot afford to lose his balls. We cannot afford to lose his balls. Interesting. True, true. True, true. We cannot afford to lose balls. Must keep the balls. Melon Playground guy says, take a seat, Bumblebee. The council will hear about this, bee. The council will hear about this. And Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime is gonna have a problem with this too. Yoda, what, wait, hold on. Oh, Super Count Dooku says, here's a question I have to answer. How can I have owned CK3 for nearly 3 years but never remembered to get Murder Your Spouse achievement 400 hours, and I only remembered today? What? What's CK3? I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Sir Count Dooku. I don't know what CK3 is.
Hello there.
CK is Crusader Kings 3. I've never heard of Crusader Kings 3. Crusader Kings 3 is a most-based RPG medieval times game. Sounds like a game that the elegant Count Dooku would play. C418. C418.
Hello there.
Causian Andor. Super Kantuku says, think of it as a dynasty simulator in medieval Europe. Dynasty simulator. Do you think it... Is it, do you know anything about Imperial Glory? Is it similar to that? Or, is it like Rome Total War?
General Kenobi.
Commander's Prods has joined the chat. Decided to bomb the chat with a single letter. Super Kantuku says it's not a total war game. It's more of a grand strategy map simulator. Interesting. Thank you, Kantuku, for protecting the viewers in the chat from the spammers. Super Kantuku says, I wield the ban hammer with reservation, but I will wield it as needed. At least I can count on someone to wield the ban hammer properly. I had nothing but trouble the other day.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
George? You finally passed your trials.
Look, he's just standing. Look, he's just standing there. If they had really truly... If she's really truly a suspect for a Jedi Master Killer, you don't just stand there and talk to her. You immediately arrest her and then you ask questions later. That's what you do. It's different. It would be different if, you know, she had committed a petty crime. You know, you ask her questions. But if you think she's a Jedi Master Killer, that's someone who has quite a lot of power behind them. You immediately go into action with subduing her, and then you ask her questions after the fact. Because it's too dangerous for you to stand there and question her right then and there. And we know they were sure that this was going to be the right woman. So that's why they brought the one dude to walk in and say that she was the one. She's the one. She did it. Like, they brought him across the galaxy to have him say that. Like, where was she? Is it a total coincidence? Like, does her sister doesn't even know she's alive. So it would be a total coincidence if she just so happened to be close by to the planet where the Jedi Master was killed by her sister. Like, what are the odds? If her sister, and it's established in the show that her sister had no idea that she was alive. So, if that's established, that's what, wow, what a crazy coincidence. Hippos Grum says, why didn't they bring her personally on their own ship? Yeah, I talked about that earlier. They could have just brought her on their own ship and straight to Coruscant, and instead they put her on a prison ship.
General Kenobi.
Cause some came in the mail today. These nuts. These nuts. Got him! Got him! These nuts.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
These nuts.
Brandon Tran says hello there. Hello. Dominic Fujimoto. Hello. Melon Playground guy says, in my experience, there's no such thing as odds. Odds? How odd?
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
These nuts.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights?
Did you know that you have rights? Constitution says you do, and so do I. Brandon Tran says, Will add more characters like Hooded Separatist Leader, Sandhill as Darth Plagueis replacing Smile Sith Lord in your Acolyte parody? Sandhill. Add more characters like Hooded Separatist Leader. Hooded Separatist Leader? Wait. Who? Who? Sandhill, the banking clan will sign your treaty.
Hands up. Hands up. Hands up.
Life FX says, putting my hands up. You better put your hands up. That's what they said.
Hands up. Hands up.
PK Trainer Super says, I have returned. How y'all been? I've been doing alright. I was gonna have my new computer set up this weekend, but I was missing parts for the monitor. I had that wrong cable for the monitor. I need like these DVI cables, and I guess the monitors just come with HDMI cables, so I gotta buy some other cables to go with the monitors so I can like attach them to the graphics card that I have for my new computer. This can just keep going on forever. So what do you all think about the new series? I think it's not good. I think it's not very good.
Everything. Everything. BK Trainer says, yeah, I watched it, I almost fell asleep. Yeah, it was kind of soul-sucking. There was nothing that really had me on the edge of my seat or anything that made me excited to see what was going to happen next. I just didn't even care. I just didn't even care about anything that I saw.
This is getting out of hand. Yes. Getting out of hand because I'm getting sick and tired of editing this show. I'm getting sick and tired of editing this stupid show, and I want to stop. This is getting out of hand. Gamer Templar says, Jar Jar, stop everything and make Palpatine plays Halo. Palpatine plays Halo. I like that. I do wanna do something like that. I wanna do like Count Dooku plays Halo or something. I would start with Combat Evolved, of course. I'll start with Halo Combat Evolved. And then I move on to other Halos after that.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
These nuts.
Hands up.
Everything.
Master Windu, I found out a terrible truth. Master... I'm sorry, I read it wrong. Master Windu, I found out a terrible truth. Palpatine is not a Sith Lord. How is that a terrible truth? Wouldn't that be very good? Jar Jar, it's Men's Mental Health Month where I live. Are you sure you want to make brain rot? Yes. Fire in the Hole Hangout with King Neo is putting the best emojis in chat. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, why I still can't see Fire in the Hole's comments. Well, I don't know, maybe you blocked him or something. I can see his comments. Darth Cinder said, what if you make a video where Palpatine isn't a Sith Lord and is accused of being one and he is physically attacked by Windu? Yeah, I could get a video of Sam Jackson punching someone. If I could find the right clip of Sam and Jackson punching someone, then I can just have him punch Palpatine for for no reason. I'm innocent. Please help me. Super Count Dooku gifted 5 Jar Jar Studios Plus memberships. Thank you very much, Super Count Dooku. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi got a membership. Congratulations, Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi. General Kenobi. Captain Enoch got a membership, and Fukin Kunt. Cirrus X7 and TDK returns. Super Count Dooku says, the Count giveth, but he also taketh away. Taketh away your membership. He mostly giveth, though. Yes, he does. Count does give a lot. Batman Garden membership from somebody that is on the dark side of the Force. What? Batman Garden membership? What does that even mean? Fire in the Hole says they are all smiling, they should know better. Jedi Obi-Wan says, I've been looking forward to this membership.
Darth Cinder says, for the Palpatine is a regular guy. He is defended in court by Saul Goodman. Palpatine is in court. Defended by Saul Goodman. Hello. I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know you have rights? Constitution says you do, and so do I. Whoa. Whoa. Supercon Dooku says, remember, tell your friends to subscribe. 50k subs by the end of the year. No! 100k subs. I want it to be 100,000 subs, not 50,000. We can do better than that. We still got 6 more months. 6 months. We can do it. That's... How many subscribers is that a month? Like 10,000 subs a month? We can do 10,000 subs a month, I think. Yeah. Come on. We can do 10,000 subs in a month, each month. Come on. I need
I probably need like 2 viral videos. I would need 2 videos that got like over 1 million views for me to get like 10,000 subs a month. Actually, maybe more than that. More! It must be more! Darthatisticus says, I can barely get 10 subscribers a month. Oof. Hey, it takes time. Look, there was a time when I gained like 1 sub a month, okay? Oh, and Playground Guy said, make shorts and memes that will get you more... that will get you some subs, Autisticus. Gamer Templar says, my channel sucks. Well, then improve it. Make it better. Don't give up.
Yoda! Yoda is here. Yoda, are you gonna make Grogu... Hey, Yoda! Are you gonna make out with Yaddle in the Acolyte? Out of... As I said earlier, you know what would give the Acolyte 10 out of 10, in my opinion? Is if Yoda and Yaddle make out in the secret meditation chamber at the Jedi Temple. If they're all alone and they're just slobbering all over each other's lips, they're just making out in the Jedi Temple. Yoda and Yaddle going crazy, sucking on each other's lips in the Jedi Temple. I would give the Acolyte 10 out of 10. I wouldn't care what else was in the show. It could be totally trash. The rest of the show could be trash. But if I could get just one scene of Yoda and Yaddle going at it, kissing each other all over the lips, kissing each other on their hot mouths, then that would complete the Acolyte. If we could get that, at least, that would be great. Yoda and Yaddle sitting in a tree. Darth TV says Yoda and Yaddle porn isn't good. Of course that's not good. I didn't say I wanted that. I said I wanted to see them make out, okay? That's totally different, okay? That's totally different. Only a sicko, only a weird sick freak would want to see Yoda and Yaddle go, like, actually go at it. Only a weird sicko type of person would want to see that. I'm just talking about a love story, okay? A love story between Yoda and Yaddle. And they make out.
Boom. Boom. Giano, what's going on? Darth Atisticus says, Super Count Dooku, you don't have a membership, you have mod. Totally different. Bro, how are you about to insult the guy who probably gifted you the membership in the first place? Never mind, sus. Yeah, Super Count Dooku is not just a mod. He's the man who created this army. He's the man who created this separatist Jar Jar army. Super Count Dooku gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Yoda got a membership. Melon Playground guy. Oh, Melon Playground guy's already got one. Bumblebee got one though. Binary Spectrum. And Mobius Finch. Thank you very much, Super Count Dooku.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
These nuts. Ha!
Hands up.
Everything.
Master Andor.
Alright. We can shorten this down. Trade Federation Brick says, my Grandpa Joe made an appearance in the video. Wow. Grandpa Joe. Grandpa Joe? Reject the Mainstream says, can we use a piece of your edit in our own videos if we give you credit? Yeah, I don't mind that. The only time I've ever asked for someone to take down one of their videos is when they would just upload my entire video and they would even cut out the watermark. And yeah, but yeah, if you use a clip of my video and you leave the watermark in and you let people know in the description where it came from, then yeah, I'm fine with that. That's cool. That's cool with me. And all of the green screens as well. Yeah, just leave credit in the description for my green screens. But you know, I make all the green screens for people to use, so that's why I have an entire channel dedicated to all the green screens that I've made. Cadmus Bank gifted 5 Jar Jar Studios Plus memberships. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. I'm sorry, I struggled with the name. Is it Cadmus Bank? Is that how you say it? Looks like a picture of Cad Bane. Super Count Dooku says, begun, the membership wars have. I appreciate it. Thank you, Cad Bane. I appreciate it. I'm gonna check real quick and see if there's another slot open for, let's see, for the emotes, because if there's a new emote available. No, I need 13 more members for the next emote. Which, whoever gets me to the next emote, whatever emote they want, like whatever Star Wars emote they want, I'll make it. So, there's 13 more members before the next emote is available.
Master Andor.
Yes.
Yoda says I must get $50. Dang, $50. That would be nice. $50, that's a lot. That would be a lot of memberships. That'd be 25 memberships.
We have finished business. Attack me with all your strength.
Grandmaster Yoda says, "Son, you are poor. I will never give you my money." Ah! Oh my, Yoda battle. We got a Yoda battle in chat. Grandmaster Yoda versus Yoda. Except one has access to the emotes and the other one does not. Melon Playground guy says, "How you gonna be Grandmaster and not have a membership?" Exactly. Grandmaster Yoda, but no membership? What a shame. Super Count Dooku gifted another 5 Jar Jar Studios Plus memberships. I Love Waffles, Aniket Divi, James McEwen, Ara Animations, and Gypsy BR. I don't think I've ever seen any of them in any of these live streams yet. But I do love waffles. Grandmaster Yoda says Grandmasters don't need a membership. Yeah, right. Fire in the Hole Hangout says Kylo Ren more. Darth Artisticus says, I love waffles, what up? I love waffles is the GOAT. He is on Theory streams a lot. Oh, okay. Maybe we'll get him to our streams all the time. Maybe we'll get him over to Jar Jar Studios Plus streams all the time. Liz says, waffles at the dining hall with ice cream on them after studying for hours hits different. Oh my. That sounds delicious. Waffles at the dining hall with ice cream on them. We're gonna pin that one.
us!
Gotcha.
Supercount Tuku says, anyway, I set up someone nicely to gift 10 memberships and choose their new emote. Yes, to everyone in chat, anyone who gifts 10 memberships, you get to decide what the next emote is. Darth Autisticus says, why Waffles came in here like 5 seconds then left. Did he really? I don't remember seeing him.
But what the hell, boy?
Trade Federation Bricks member for 1 month says, Jar Jar is the best YouTuber. Thank you very much. True, it's true. 100% true. Facts. Trade Federation Bricks is 100% correct.
What the hell, boy? What the hell, boy?
Woo! Superhero landing!
Lightsaber.
And I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Oh, inside voices.
Red spies in the base. She has disappeared, my lord.
We're losing power. There seems to be a problem with the main reactor.
It's impossible to locate the ship. It's out of our range. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Frankly, I'm hurt because Philip is clearly disposable, but...
Oh, hell no, man.
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble asses?
My name is Padawan of the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Asiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha Anaseya.
This is a car ship. We have no ship. We have no passers. We have no presents. We have no droids. We have no Mexicans. Hello there.
General Kenobi.
These nuts. Ha!
Hands up.
Master Indara. Yes. We have finished business.
Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, I was hoping for Mexicans. Why are you here? It's true, my Grandpa Joe had no butt. It was disturbing. We have no ass.
Master Indara. Master Indara. Master Indara. Master Indara. Yes. Yes. We have finished business.
Grandmaster Yoda says there are no Mexicans. Trade Federation Brick says no one is there. That's impossible. Cadmus says waits in Mexican. Why Miss Paisanos? Paisanos? Trade Federation Brick says goes to New Mexico to gets a lawyer key. Mall Goodman. Liz says, I grew up in Albuquerque and lived there for 18 years. When I moved to Massachusetts, everyone was always like, oh yeah, Breaking Bad. And that's why I watched it. I still haven't seen the full show. I've only watched a lot of clips on YouTube of it. Like I guess I suppose you could say I've watched the entirety of Better Call Saul, because I watch every single clip of like Gus Fring, and then I watch every single clip of Mike Ehrmantraut, and then every single clip of Saul Goodman, and so I'd get, and then every single clip of like Nacho Salamanca, so I'd get like every aspect. Or wait, is he a Sal? No, he's not a Sal. No, Nacho's not a Salamanca. I mean Nacho. I don't remember his last name. Super Count Dooku said, I lived on the prairies when I was younger. He lived on Super Count Dooku lived in a little house on the prairie when he was younger. When he moved to the UK, all the young people my age were like, so I didn't even read the rest of the chat before I said something about Little House on the Prairie. And I don't believe I've actually seen that movie. And I don't really want to ever see it. Alec Egon says, Anakin blew up the Death Star. That he did, and he should be ashamed of himself. That he did something so awful. He killed so many millions of people, and he never should have done that. Liz said, everyone associates my home city as a violent place with lots of meth now, which is only half true, but at least I know what that show is. Half true. It's only half true. That's only in the trailer parks.
We have finished business.
Nah, there's nothing left.
Stop it. Get some help.
Jedi Obi-Wan is out of here. He says, see ya. See you later, Jedi Obi-Wan. Liz said, my friends came out to New Mexico over break to go on a road trip, and the two who love Star Wars won't shut up about how New Mexico is basically Tatooine. It's funny, because I don't think... I mean, basically Tatooine, sure, but they didn't film it there, so... So it's a desert. New Mexico. Oh, so it's a desert. So it's like Tatooine! A desert! Tatooine! As if there couldn't be deserts anywhere else in the world. Alec Egon says, MJ meme. Yes. Jar Jar Studios, have you seen the Star Wars YouTube poop called CD Boys? No, I don't think I have. I will check. I will check and see it. CD Boys. I don't see it here.
Business. Attack me with all your strength.
Stop it. Get some help.
Darth Batisticus says CDs. Really? CD Boys. CDs Boys. CDs Boys. Liz says, my friend got drunk the other night and ate a dandelion off the ground, and now we all have a group chat called Dandelion Rehab. I've eaten dandelions off the ground. I wasn't drunk when I ate them, but I've done that.
on my back. And it's way down heavy on me, and it's not okay.
Stop it. Get some help.
Attack me with all your strength.
Cadmus says, watching these while cooking because I don't want to feel lonely. Hey, look, you're not alone. We're right here. I'm right here. It's today I made it was ground beef and curry sauce. I made my own curry sauce with coconut cream, turmeric, garlic, cumin, what's that other what's that seed called? What's that other seed called? I forgot what it's called. Ginger. That's not a seed, but I'm talking about the other seed. There was a seed. What's it called? Coriander. Coriander seed. Yeah. And some salt, and I think there was one other. Oh yeah, there was cayenne pepper as well. Cayenne pepper. Yeah, that's what I had for lunch, and then I had some ice cream for dessert.
With all your strength.
Hey to me, you little.
Bro, where is it? I saw it just a second ago.
One.
Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. And another one.
Okay.
Nice.
Holy, look at all this damage. Yeah, boy. What? What the? That's what she said.
What?
Oh my God! Wow!
Cadmus says, make a recipes video from all characters attempting to cook. I imagine Skywalker blowing up the Jedi Temple, then sometime tries it again as Vader and blows up the Death Star. That's some pretty intense cooking.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
Stop it. Get some help.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Why? 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 Why?
Strength.
Brandon says you should add the rock saying it's the biggest piece of dog shit. Yeah, it's in this video. It's just later on.
Why? 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 Why?
Super Count Dooku gifted 10 more Jar Jar Studios Plus memberships. Thank you, Super Count Dooku. Alright, since you did it, what should the next emote be? It's up to you, good sir. What should the next Jar Jar Studios Plus emote be? Firing the whole hangout with King Neil says, if this ends, bye. What should the next emote be? So far, we have prequel emotes. We have a Rebels emote. We have 2003 Clone Wars emote. We have Clone Wars. We have a Clone Wars emote. We got a Lego Star Wars emote. We don't have any original trilogy emotes yet. We also don't have any sequel emotes yet. There's no Yoda banging Yaddle emote, Darth Autisticus. Or maybe I think maybe actually we already got that. The hammer that the guy pounds on the anvil from Andor. I mean, if you really want that one, I'll make it, but I will say, as an emote, I don't think it'll work very well because most people won't recognize it. And then it'll just be like a generic hammer, I think. Jabba the Hutt should be an emote. Bumblebee says sequels. What sequels? We actually do have a sequel emote of Emperor Palpatine? We don't. The emote of Palpatine is a prequel emote. No OT emotes, this needs to change. Well, for an original trilogy emote, I think that it would be best to have, I think maybe Luke or Leia screaming no. Luke when he screams no in A New Hope, or Han Solo in Return of the Jedi. It's a Trap is also, if you want Akbar, we can see how it looks. It might not look very good if we we'll try. I'll pull this up. Because his fish, since his fish face is so dark, he might not show up very good as an emote because there's not a lot of contrast. Let's see, Return of the Jedi. It's a Trap. Bro, this doesn't even have it. It's a trap line. Why did I titled this as being the it's a trap line, but it's not even there. Here it is.
Take a base of action. Green. It's a trap!
Alright, so, okay, we got Akbar or Leia from Empire Strikes Back, where she calls him a scruffy-looking nerf-herder. Who's scruffy-looking? Yeah, pull up paint, see how it looks. Black Yoshi says, I remember a day at a friend's house, we were all playing poker with chips, and someone kept spamming "it's a trap" on his laptop every time he thought someone was bluffing, which was pretty often. That's funny. This might work. This might work pretty good. Let's see. Bring him back up to size.
see what we can shave off. Alright, let's see. Customize default perks, emojis, add another emoji, select image. It's a trap. Alright. Should be ready, I think. Alright. I need to reload it again. Not showing up. Have you done a collab meme video with other YouTubers like Janobot, Red Sun, or Max Justin? No, I have not. I gotta refresh it again. There he is. There's Admiral Akbar. It's a trap. This one might be better though. Hold on. I'm gonna change the image real quick because I think the little white stuff on the top of that image makes it look a little weird. Yeah, that definitely looks better. Yeah, it looks better now. It's a trap. So we got Akbar. Hey, Super Kantuku, what do you think? Should I replace this? Should I replace that Yoda emote with this one? Yes or no? What do you think? Liz, hello again. How goes it? Yeah, I do like the 2003 Yoda emote. I feel like it does a better job of expressing emotion. I mean, this one right here is good, but I feel like the Yoda one is better. Yeah, we'll save old trilogy Yoda for another time. I think the 2003 Yoda is too good to get rid of. It works. I think it works better as an emote.
Gotcha.
Liz says, there's been some wild drama in my friend group, and now that everyone is kind of calming down, all the tea is being spilled. Not the tea! Don't spill the tea! No! Here's the tea. Spilt. Alright. What was I looking for? Ah, yes.
Mike, you're playing like Betty White out there.
Bear.
Eat a Snickers. Better?
Bear.
I'm all bet!
That hurt.
You're not you when you're hungry. Snickers satisfy.
Darth Cinder says, guys, the group chat has been leaked. They know about Jar Jar being a Sith Lord, and the Jedi are coming to arrest us. I'll hold them off. Yours truly, Palpatine. Aw, what a nice apprentice. I'll hold them off. I'm in my office waiting for Mace Windu to show up to try and arrest us.
But what the hell, boy?
Woo! Superhero landing!
Lightsaber.
And I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece.
You're not you when you're hungry. Snickers satisfies.
They didn't pay me anything, by the way. I didn't get paid. I didn't get paid for this Snickers sponsorship here. It's kind of crazy that I'm actually doing this for them.
You're not you when you're hungry. Snickers satisfies.
Liz says, crazy that a tiny knife killed the Jedi Master, but Reva survived getting stabbed by Anakin's lightsaber as a child in Kenobi. Yeah, she survived twice. She's still alive. Revenge does wonders for the will to live. I thought that was the reasoning for why she was alive, but then once she gave up and she decided she wasn't gonna kill Luke, I was sitting there. I was literally saying out loud while I was watching the episode, she's gonna die now, right? She's no longer trying to live for revenge. She gave up trying to kill Luke. So she's gonna die now, right? And then she didn't die. And I was like, okay, so why is she alive? I thought she was staying alive because, like, the dark side. You know, the dark side is fueling her anger. And so she wants to go kill. And so she's still alive. But once she gave that up, why is she still alive? Why didn't she die after that? She just lives. And it's like, why did she get to live? Lightsaber stab to the gut? Like, maybe that's like fatal? Maybe you're dead? What, did she go to the mod parlor? Did she go to the Tatooine mod parlor? To get her guts replaced with robot parts? Darth Cinder says, we got good news, everyone. Anakin saved me. Luckily, Darth Plagueis, that Darth Plagueis story helped us, and I should execute. And should I execute Order 66? Do it! Do it now!
But what the hell, boy?
Woo! Superhero landing!
Lightsaber.
And I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Oh, inside voices. Think.
Intruder alert! Red spies in the base.
A red spy is in the base? She has disappeared, my lord.
We're losing power. There seems to be a problem with the main reactor.
It's impossible to locate the ship. It's out of our range. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
Frankly, I'm hurt because Philip is clearly disposable, but...
Oh, hell no, man.
To what do we owe the pleasure of ship on our humble passage?
My name is Padawan, the Jedi Order, and this is my former ship, Sasiloa. We are looking for a former Jedi by the name of Osha and Asaya.
This is a car ship. We have no ship. We have no passers. We have no presents. We have no droids. We have no Mexicans. Hello there.
General Kenobi.
These nuts. Ha!
Hands up.
Everything.
Melon Playground guy says, "You need help, Jar Jar. Are you dying?" Yes, I am dying. I'm dying on the inside.
Master Andor.
Obsessed.
We have finished business.
Stop it. Get some help.
Attack me with all your strength.
Why?
Liz says, why is Yoda in the toilet? Would you like to see Yoda in the toilet again? Would you like to see another Yoda in the toilet? I can make episode 2. It's not at 10,000 views yet, but I think in a couple weeks it will be at 10,000. And when it gets to 10,000 views, I'm definitely gonna make a sequel.
Attack me with all your strength.
Why? 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 Why?
Liz says, also the Home Alone / Star Wars crossover videos are my favorite. Those are so funny. Thank you. I think, yeah, the numbers speak for themselves. People really liked those ones. Hopefully I can replicate that in the future. It actually looks kind of funny.
Gotcha. You're not you when you're hungry. Snickers satisfies.
But what the hell, boy?
Woo! Superhero landing!
Alright, I think this video is ready. I'm gonna end the stream here. Thank you all for watching. Big thank you to Super Count Dooku and Cadmus. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for sticking around for the finale here. And big thank you to our regular viewers, Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi, Melon Playground, Darth Cinder, I've seen you around quite a bit. Liz, I've seen you. Yoda, Super Count Dooku, of course. Darth Autisticus, and many more that I can't remember right now. Anyway, and no pen today. Thank you all for watching. Have a nice night. This video should be out in about 30 minutes, I'd say. And yeah, let me know what you think when it's finally finished. Adios.